Call this full meeting to order. I'm David McClendon, President of the Board. This is the full board meeting for Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure for March 22nd. We will begin with our invocation and pledge. Dr. Gersh will lead us in our invocation. Please stand.
Lord our God, we are gathered here to deliberate matters that may impact the health and well-being of our fellow citizens. I ask that you bless us with your presence, with your wisdom, and your peace. Lord, please protect all those assembled here as they come and return home from this meeting. In thy name.
Amen. Dr. Loper will lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to announcements and public comments. Our special guests of this meeting, our court reporters, Ms. Shana Cumberland. Thank you for your help today. And our Special Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Alexis Morris, is here with us helping. Thank you for your service. And we also have someone from the Attorney General Representative, Kristen Love, who is observing today. Thank you for your presence. I believe we have a resolution.
It took a minute, Arlene, but we got there. In December, Arlene decided it was time for her to retire from state service after over 30 years. And so we should all be very appreciative of that. She spent 28 years in that service as the IT director here at the medical board. She helped write the original online program for licensing. I got that right. I was very integral in that part. And she helped us usher in the new licensing system that we're currently using today to license applicants. Arlene, it was incredibly detailed oriented in all the work that she did for the board, often finding small things that others would tend to miss, and Arlene would help us get those corrected so that no stone was left unturned. She was very diligent in maintaining the security of the MSBML office systems, and to the point of you couldn't download a screensaver without Arlene coming and telling you that you had not procured that screensaver correctly. So with that, I'd like to present Arlene with the resolution of appreciation. Whereas Arlene Davis faithfully and conscientiously served the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure as the Director of Information Technology for 28 years. And whereas Ms. Davis discharged her duties with firmness, dignity, and compassion, always striving to implement both the spirit and letter of Mississippi Medical Practice Act, thereby working for the greater benefit of the board and the citizens of the state of Mississippi. And whereas during her years of service, Mrs. Davis continuously and graciously gave her efforts, time, and abilities toward fulfilling her responsibilities as Director of IT for the Board of Medical Licensure, always respecting the rights of licensees, patients, and others while performing her duties. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure, on behalf of the board and the people of the state of Mississippi, by means of this resolution, express to Mrs. Davis its gratitude and appreciation for her services during the years she devoted to the board and the state of Mississippi. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread upon the minutes of the board and a copy be given to Mrs. Davis, expressing to her the highest esteem of the board. Dated this 23rd day of March, 2023.
Enjoyed my journey here. I started here as a little young girl, left here a lot wiser. But my number one priority was always to the medical board, to its data, to the security of the systems, and it has been. Oh, we've had our ups and our downs, but we made it through. And it was hard for me to make this decision, but it was a decision that had to be made. My colleagues, I've learned a lot. I've worked with a lot of great people, and I wish the medical board continued success in the future. And thank you all. I mean, gratitude, I cannot tell you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Arlene's definitely been a wonderful example of what it means to serve the state and the public. Moving on to item number 4, the executive director report, Dr. Cleveland.
Oh, I'm sorry. In licensure. License issued, we issued 72 MDDO license, no new DPM license, and 12 CA license. In the compact, we issued an additional 169 licenses, and we issued 14 letters of qualification to the compact. To other states, we issued 503 certifications. I guess Kinsley's one in that. For informational purposes only, registered with Mississippi Department of Health are 139 physicians. 120 of those are registered with the medical board. And y'all may or may not know, but the new amendments that were placed to the Cannabis Act says that we can no longer require that they register with us. So we're going to leave it up as a voluntary thing for them to be able to register with us voluntarily, but by statute, we're no longer able to require it. In the investigations department, we received 76 new complaints. We closed 35 cases, opened 36 new cases. So the total cases we have open right now is 68. The number of cases we were able to close within 7 days was 96%. We looked at 125 PMPs, 80 of those required further investigation. This is a reminder, if you have not responded to Francis about your travel plans to the FSMB, everybody needs to take a minute and respond to those when we're not in session. I don't think she's heard from anybody yet. So this is a reminder. You have responded to her, okay. So this is a reminder to everybody that plans on going to confirm your travel reservations with Francis.
You're throwing us under the bus.
We've
asked-
she threw y'all under the bus. I'm just throwing you under the bus. So, I'll be glad to answer any questions the board has.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. Moving on to item number 5, approval of the minutes of the board meeting for January 19th, 2023. Tab 5.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Owen.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item number 6, report of the executive committee meeting from March 22nd, 2023. Dr. Lippincott.
Yes, we had 4 appearances. We had a Zoom appearance by Dr. Darren Manjakaran, who was requesting an exception to the in-state physician practice requirement for collaboration with nurse practitioners, and the executive committee denied his request for an exception to the rule and encouraged him to provide services to VA patients through the usual regulatory process. We had a Zoom appearance by a physician's assistant named Ala Shabtai for an exception to the rule requiring a master's degree, and the request was denied due to the statutory requirements of Mississippi Code 73-26-3. We had a personal appearance by Dr. Paramal, who is an exceptionally well qualified and highly recommended pediatric cardiovascular surgeon, who was highly recommended by the University of Mississippi Medical Center, Dr. Anderson, and his associates. He's been training with in Texas and Australia. And the executive committee approved his request for an exception to the rule requiring a completion of an accredited residency or board certification, and granted him a limited institutional license, which will clear the pathway for him to meet the requirements. And the 4th appearance was a Zoom appearance by Michelle Boyer, who's a physician's assistant, who was applying for an exception to the rule for physician's assistants after 2004, requiring a master's degree. And the executive committee denied the request due to the statutory requirements of the Mississippi Code. That's all.
So just to make some comments, and Paul, would you mind approaching Stan? So, a topic has come up that I've never come across since being on the board, is that the rule for physician assistants. So physician assistants at one time was a bachelor program. It was changed to a master's program. And so the law was changed for, if you did not have a master's degree in physical therapy as of 2004, you're not allowed to get a Mississippi license. And because it's physician assistant, and because it's in statute, we're not able to create an exception at all. And so I guess my question is, so how is this situation different from all the other situations?
Well, the board doesn't have the authority to create exceptions. Of course, the legislature can and did. And I apologize if I'm standing here, I can't recall the name of the act from 2 years ago, where you may recall that it was about license portability. The legislature wanted to give licensed professionals many opportunities if they're coming from other states, coming to Mississippi, and to have their licenses recognized here. Now, the legislature exempted physicians' licenses from that. So a doctor, an MD or a DO, still must go through the full process and be licensed. But whether it was an oversight during drafting or just passage of the bill, PAs, not all of our licensees were exempted from that act, and physician assistants was one. And that means that physician assistants, they're licensed in another state. And I'll defer to Anna, Director of Licensure, for the details. But it's my understanding that if PA moves to Mississippi and becomes a resident, then they are eligible to have their bachelor's only physician's assistant license recognized by the state. So yeah, that's not anything this board did, but the legislature created that exception. And it was not just PA, it was a wide variety of licenses, and I can, during a break, I can pull that statute back, obviously, all the board members.
73-50-2. It's the Universal Recognition of Occupational Licensing Act.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
You're welcome. Work with that a lot.
Mr. President, if I may, historically, PAs were not licensed in the state of Mississippi prior to 2004, I think, or 2006, somewhere around that area. And it's my understanding, I have no hard proof of this, but it's my understanding that part of the negotiations with the nurse practitioner associations to allow PAs to be licensed in the state of Mississippi was that a master's degree was part of the requirements. And it's a statutory requirement, not a regulatory requirement.
Okay.
Therefore, we do not have the authority to override a statute.
So this is a unique situation compared to it's a unique situation compared to our
It's a very
other,
unique situation.
our other processes.
And what happened today was they still have the right to appeal my denial, whether it's a winnable appeal or not. They have the right to do it.
Who would they appeal it to?
Well, they're appealing to you, even though your hands are tied.
But what about,
essentially.
do they have any further recourse?
But they could go to the legislature and try to get the law changed. I mean, you know, but
They could appeal an order and change final.
okay.
So I guess, and to one of the applicant's points, how can we help an applicant not have to go through the difficulty of having to come before us to get to this level for us to tell you, I'm sorry, this was a waste of time?
So the applicants are informed, even though some applicants don't seem to remember being informed.
Okay.
And so they are told on multiple levels that they may not meet the requirements for licensure.
Okay.
Some people are very headstrong and insist on pursuing anyway.
Dr. Cleveland, we could certainly consider and look at adding some to now that the board, because I have the authority, the director, I have the authority to weigh a statutory requirement. I think that might perhaps.
Can you put it in all caps and bold?
Flash the red sign.
I can draft up some model.
Okay.
We can look at the system, and I mean, we can probably force them to answer a question like, do you have a master's degree in public science? If not, make it a hard stop, you know, unless they can answer an exception question also or something. So we can look at that.
Because these are reasonable people, you know, without any negative history that, you know, you did feel for them that they made it all the way through this process. And then we tell them, sorry, this was a waste of time. But I hear you. Thank you for your efforts with that. All right, moving on to item number 7, reports from committees. Oh, do we need to vote on the executive committee? Yes,
To accept.
there's a motion to accept the executive committee report. There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now moving on to item number 7, reports from committees. Scope of practice, Dr. Kennard, any report?
No report.
Professional health program, Dr. Lippincott, any report?
No report.
Telemedicine and interstate licensure compact, Dr. Gibbons,
No
any
report.
report? Licensees, education and communication, Dr. Owens.
We don't have any items to report at this time.
Physician Assistant Advisory Task Force, Dr. Owens.
No issues came before the task force, so we've not met.
Presume the process is still the same, that you get emails and you review applications and
So as far as reviewing protocols and things like that that are submitted, those are happening routinely. We probably at least one email or so a week, probably on average, with. And if you would like, just for us, for informational purposes, to tell you how many we review, I'm happy to do that, but we get probably about at least one email a week, typically between 3 to 5 protocol submissions for review by the group. I'd say that's about
A month.
roughly our number.
3 to 5 a month.
Is it a month or
Johnny-
every other week or
Johnny,
so?
you probably know better.
Yeah,
It averages about 35 a week.
that's how,
35 a week.
thank you very much.
And they all have master's degrees
I
now.
was like, are you getting emails?
see you.
Yeah.
It's in the law.
So that's around, so yeah, so all in all, I'd say for, in a month's time, somewhere around maybe 20 or so submissions and protocol submissions for review. And so we're doing that. That's like part of the routine work of the committee, but we've never really formalized that in a report, but that is still ongoing and it hadn't slowed down really at all.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I can add it to my executive director's report if y'all would like.
I mean, if you
Sure.
prefer either that, or if you'd like for it to come from the committee, just for numbers, either way is fine. Because you're on those emails, so yeah, either one. That's good.
Moving on to rules, regulation, and legislative, Dr. Joyner.
We do have a report. As Father Time marches on, there are many things that become of historical interest rather than practical interest in the time. From time to time, you need to update your rules. And so we met Friday concerning this. Basically, these updates are concerning the rules around licensure and license. The first thing we looked at was part 206, chapter 1, licensure rules governing the practice of allopathic physicians, osteopaths, podiatrists, physician assistant, radiology assistant, and acupuncturist. If you look at that, and all of you should have had a chance to look at this, the first page is a list of definitions. Basically, it's a list of acronyms that if you talk in our language on this board, you need somewhere to go to understand what these acronyms really mean. So if you cut this out and paste it on your refrigerator, it's going to really help you a lot. The thing that is changed in Rule 1.2 definitions, if you go to the F, CCFP means College of Family Physicians of Canada. Otherwise, there are no changes in that section. The next thing that's changed is you will go to Rule 1.3, duty to obtain license. This basically deals with the fact that if you're going to practice medicine, if you're going to practice podiatry, if you're going to practice acupuncture, you need and have to get a license in the state of Mississippi. The part that's struck from Rule 1.3 is the preceding 3 paragraphs, and if you'll read those paragraphs, that's what it concerns. Exclude those physicians, physician assistants, radiologist assistants, or acupuncturists who perform charity work or work in research. That is now struck, and those individuals will be required to obtain a license also. Any questions or any discussions on that? All right, do we need to vote on each section, or do we go to
Your choice.
Let's vote on them all at once.
Let's vote on all of them. All right, we're going to chapter 2. Be glad to. Effect of application. What this addresses is when you apply for an application to the Board of Licensure, that application gives the Board of Licensure to reach out to other entities to obtain information about you, other boards that you may be licensed at, other institutions that you have served at, other organizations that you have served on. It also gives the board permission to have a dialogue back and forth. And it also gives the board permission to request special studies such as a mental examination and things such as that.
the thing that is changed here is if you look at the last sentence, under no circumstances will the 1 year time frame be waived. Really, you have a 1 year time frame, but in the past, the executive director of the board has been able to waive that and say, okay, we'll give you 2 more months because of so and so, so and so. This is making it concrete that the term limit will not be waived. It's going to be 1 year. Correct. Okay, the time limit can be waived in a special circumstance. Any questions? All right, we're going to go to the third section, part 2605, chapter 1. And this is what I was referring to earlier when I said Father Time marches on and you need to update your rules and regulations. If you read through the very first part of that, it concerns individuals that took the flex before 1973. We're just not going to see that. We're not going to see anybody come before the board more than likely that didn't take the flex before 1973. You appear to have a question. No
Why
question.
not? 1974 wasn't a long time.
I was still in high school. When I did that. It goes on, basically goes on to say. The license requirements for a license for credentials are as follows, and it spells out those licensure requirements. In addition, G, submit a certified copy of legal name change if applicable. You're going to see that again as we go further through this. Any questions so far?
So when it says legal name change, just out of curiosity. Is that, I mean, are we also counting, because it seems like that would kind of disproportionately probably affect female applicants compared with males. I know I know anybody can change their name, but I'm just like, if you're thinking about like for whom that more commonly would occur, like all things being equal, it's socially kind of a thing for women to change their names when they become married, as opposed to just randomly changing your name. Like if you take out marriage, then the issue of name changes probably is a little bit more similar amongst genders as compared with that. So then, is that what, like, that's included in this as well? The clarification.
I think it's addressing more somebody who wants to change their name and then practice under the new name. I mean, if you graduated and you're Bob Jones and you get a license in Bob Jones and you want to carry on being identified by Bob Jones, but you actually change your name to Bill Smith, but your professional name is Bob Jones, I don't think you need to submit a name change.
Yeah,
If you change your practice, your certification to Bill Smith, then you need to submit that.
well, so I guess so I think, I'm not arguing what you're saying, but I think your example kind of speaks to what I was speaking about, because Bob Jones probably ain't gonna become John Smith, but Mary Jones might become Mary Smith if she meets Bob Smith or whoever he is. And so that's why I guess what I was trying to figure out, like, so is the question that if you are, for example, a person who graduates, like, I'll just use myself as an example, so as not to offend anyone. I was not married when I finished medical school, and I wasn't married when I finished residency. And when I got married, I changed my last name and then I practiced under my married name. So then that would require a submission for that. is what you're saying, yes or no?
Yes, if you got your license under your maiden name and your practice under your married name, and you want to change your licensure to your married name, you need to submit a name change. Which is,
People can call
Perfectly.
you whatever they want without
Yeah.
submitting a form, but if you want your name changed on your license,
I see what you're saying. So it's only if you're requesting a change of your name on your license.
it's perfectly voluntary.
Okay.
All right, so we are going to the section on licensure examination. Wait, let's go back to rule 1.2 waiver. If you look through this, the board can grant a waiver under these certain circumstances. Be a graduate of free medical school, have a current unrestricted license, live in another state, have at least 3 years of clinical experience, and other things that should be considered. All of that stays the same, except for the sentence. The committee shall consist of the executive director and then struck through a staff employee of the board. And then back to 2 voting members of the board, so that it's going to read, the committee shall consist of the executive director and 2 voting members of the board. Recommendation from the board shall be presented to the board for approval. In other words, it's going to be the executive director of board members, not the executive director and staff. That keeps it within the realm of the state. Any questions?
Where are you right now?
This is rule 1.2. This is part 2605, chapter 1, rule 1.2.
The pages aren't numbered.
It's that little strikeout's in the middle of the paragraph, so it's a little bit hard.
Keep going, Dave.
Right above adopted April 28, 2015, right above it.
The top of the page says source Mississippi Code 73-43. Keep going. Because we're about midway through. Yes, ma'am. Again, while my people are getting back up. Keep going.
You-
Almost. Oh, wait, here, did you have to flip? Because it's right before there's one set of.
Respects and convicts are at the bottom here.
Mhm.
Need to number things. Yeah, we should. It's complicated. This one.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm with
You're
you.
close.
Are you with us?
I think so.
Right. We'll go to rule 1.3, licensure examinations. This is where you really gotta follow the acronyms. Board recognizes 4 separate distinct examinations. The examination administered by NDME, NDOME, this is National Board of Medical Examiners, National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners, the Canadian equivalent, the FLEX, and the USMLE. The next language that has been struck, the board adopted the FLEX as a standard licensure on March 8th, 1973, where the board does not give the FLEX anymore. The FLEX is not given anywhere. I did take the FLEX, so it's going to come to apply to things later on. But that's just language that doesn't need to be there. It's just, once you get clean enough the language. The next page, E, the FLEX. Like I said, the last time it was administered was in 1993. I took it in 1982. So the paragraph that says the board may make an exemption to the weighted average, that paragraph is struck. In addition to the language, the board may make an exemption to the weighted average of 75. Now, it does say a score of 75 is considered a passing grade for each component. And an applicant has 7 years to pass the flex. That basically applies to, say, if I was in Utah, I took the flex, and I decided to come to Mississippi, then I had to pass the flex under those rules. I had to pass it within 7 years back in 1982 when I took it. And a score of 75 was a passing grade. Does everybody understand what I'm trying to say?
Tom, this is becoming obsolete though also, right?
It's becoming obsolete, but I'm not obsolete yet, so.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
You're not, but the rule.
Yeah. Basically the same thing on paragraph F, for USMLE. It addresses there. But it leads in the USMLE steps 1, 2, and 3 must be passed within a 7-year time period. It is USMLE is given now, so any graduate needs to pass all 3 steps of the USMLE within 7 years. Which I think is more than that.
I was just not- Is there a reason why that, I know that number is pretty common across the board in regulatory agencies, like.
It's actually a USMLA rule. I mean, after
Oh,
7
that's
years,
why.
they have to get an exception to continue to have another chance to take it.
I see.
The only time it really comes into play, well, there's a couple of situations, but usually it's with MD PhDs who take 2 years out for research and then if they were thinking in advance, they would go ahead and take part 3 early on.
Yeah.
But they don't think in advance, and then next thing you know, they've gone past the 7 years.
So the issue is, so this is really kind of, so the focus or the intention is around those individuals who, it's not just about the time lapse, but it's really kind of the, I guess, pull out those individuals who are struggling to pass it. That, okay.
And the next paragraph basically states that, the board at its discretion may waive this requirement based on extraordinary circumstances. If you graduated from medical school, you took 2 steps, and then you're going through a residency, you got wound up and going to neurosurgery, and it took more than 7 years. I would think that we would look at it like, you were trying to do things right. So. Paragraph G strikes, the board recognized the diplomats of the NDME and known following February 13th, 1973. Again, this is basically historical nowadays, it's printed of language. And then the next page has a combination of these different exams and how you can fit them together. And I would guess it would be somebody that graduated in Utah, they did something else, they went to Kentucky to do a residency, and they came here for so-and-so. I looked through it for a while and I think I understand it. Please don't ask me any questions. And then at the bottom, rule 1.4, add the language that basically says that licensure in Mississippi can also be obtained through the compact. But they still got to meet the requirements of the compact. Any further questions? Myself up for that. The next we'll go through is part 2501, chapter 2. This is the licensure requirement for the practice of podiatry. It is essentially unchanged with the addition of F, rule 2.1 F, and it is submit a certified copy of legal name change if applicable. Didn't need any questions about that. All right. Part 2605, temporary licensure. Uh, Basically, this has to do with giving somebody a temporary license for a lot of different situations, such as practicing with the scope of the residency and such. It basically says that unrestricted temporary medical license may be, this is struck. 3.1, number 2, an unrestricted temporary medical license may be issued in an exceptional case where an applicant seeking license by credentials. Such an unrestricted temporary license shall remain valid only for a period of time sufficient for applicant to submit required documents and credentials to complete an application for permanent licensure, but in no instance to exceed 30 days. This basically reinforces the fact that you have a year to complete a valid license application, which we went over in the previous rules. Anybody have any questions? You'll turn to C. Paragraph C is struck entirely, so the board may issue a temporary license to practice medicine to physicians who have been admitted for treatment in a drug and alcohol treatment program. I think this is just not needed. I don't know if we've ever done that historically, but I think if you're coming to a drug and alcohol treatment program, I don't think we need to issue your license until that program is completed. You have been certified by the Physicians Health Committee or some health committee that's following you that you are clean of being followed. I didn't even know that was in there. All right. Added, any licensee issued a temporary license to practice medicine who prescribes controlled substances must maintain and utilize their own individual controlled substance registration certificate issued by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. I think that's pretty straightforward. Any questions? I think that's the only thing that's changed within the rest of the temporary license.
I would ask that the board vote on what you have covered so far, because when it gets to Rule 1.5 use of diet medication, we're going to need to pass that if the board sees fit to pass it on an emergency basis. And so it needs to be a separate vote.
Okay. Do I call for that or do you call for that? Doctor,
Oh, one second, Dr. Owens.
do I have a motion to approve the changes as we have a motion? We have a second.
Okay, second.
Any dissenting votes? Hearing none, it does pass. Thank you. The next.
Yeah, this morning was the-
The next rule that we discussed was the use of diet medication. Basically, from this rule, we changed the emergency temporary change adopted at the January meeting, and we're striking out until July 1, 2023, this rule shall not apply to the base legend drugs to allow the board to study the continued need for this rule. And we added licensees may request the board waive the FDA requirement set forth in Rule 1.5 on a per medication or class of medication basis for good cause.
temporary waiver.
temporarily. Yes,
Temporary waiver may be approved by the executive director of the request to be heard before the board.
yes. Any questions or discussion?
On my copy, this rule that it applies until July the 1st, it's underlined. It's
Two more
not-
pages.
It's not structured.
Because those are additions.
That's me.
Okay,
Any discussion? Hearing none. I will entertain a motion to approve. So moved. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Do we have any dissenting votes? Hearing none, it does pass. Do you-
So, and that's on an emergency basis,
on an
correct?
emergency basis.
Okay, we do need to take up one other thing, based on the fact that the board just passed that rule change on an emergency basis. We may now need to go back and permanently exempt semaglutides, based on this rule. Otherwise, the exemption will expire in July.
Okay,
Any
so
discussion?
move to. Sorry,
We have moved.
move to exclude semaglutide based drugs.
Do I have a second?
So this is without an end date, correct?
The board can come back and end it anytime they want.
Better.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, do I have any dissenting votes? It does pass. Thank you. I want to thank all my committee members. I think they did a great job. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner, for your good work. Now moving on to item number 8, Dr. Claude Brunson with Mississippi State Medical Association Executive Director. He has a presentation for us. Welcome, Dr. Brunson.
Well, good morning, and it's good to be back in front of you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you regarding support, your support of the Mississippi Physician Health Program. First, let me thank you for the work you do as a board to protect the public safety by licensing qualified physicians and other healthcare professionals to care for Mississippi. I had the honor of serving in a similar position with you for almost a decade, and I understand the work that you do to try to make sure that we have a safe medical care and health professionals environment here in our state. Now, as you're aware, the MPHP is a nationally recognized program that's designed to assess and treat physicians and other board licensees who may be suffering from an impairing condition. MPHP coordinates effective detection, evaluation, treatment, and aftercare monitoring of these licensees and their condition. The program has been extremely successful, as you know, and as I stated, it's nationally acclaimed for the results that it achieves for treating and monitoring the licensees in the program. The program has allowed these licensees to remain safely in practice and continue to provide access to care to our citizens in the state with the least number of physicians per capita in the country. The program is funded, as you know, through a grant from this board, from licensing fees that the board collects on behalf of the state. The board has been and continues to be very supportive of the MPHP program. What I'm here to request from you, though, is to increase the board's support by $100,000 to keep it strong, stable, and at the level of quality it has become known for nationally and supporting its participants. I'm making this request for a number of reasons that have increased the stress on the organization financially to maintain the level of services that it customarily provides. As you're aware, over the last few years, we have been dealing with the ongoing and aftermath of a pandemic that has wreaked havoc around the globe and certainly here in Mississippi. Healthcare professionals, including our own physicians and organizations, such as MPHP, have not been immune. We have experienced burnout and other stressing disorders in our professionals over that period, leading to an increase in the services that MPHP is requested to provide. In fact, we have seen an increase in referrals, which require time and effort for the work of, but many of which do not end up with a contract with MPHP and thus no funding for the work of that would have been covered in the contract had one been required. We have witnessed an 8.5% inflationary increase on the cost of goods, services, and personnel. In response, we have experienced, in addition to that, we've experienced a decrease in the contributions that we receive from donors or the funding we self-generate from CME and other activities. As we see expenses increasing, we're seeing revenue fail to keep pace with a similar increase. In fact, MSMA gives a monthly contribution and other services to MPHP to help them maintain the level and quality of services they provide. And we're glad to do that. On an annual basis, $25,000 plus other services and contributions. We've also seen an increase in medical students who need our services, but we're not accounted for funding from the board because they're not licensees of the board. We look for other ways to fund those services that we're providing to medical students, and actually we do want those students, if they're having issues, to get in early so that we can get them treated and get them safely into practice care for Mississippians. But MPHP has had to cut some of the usual activities they engage in, such as promoting the program broadly to encourage licensees to self-report when they might need help, assisting with participants by providing scholarships so that they can attend recommended retreats that are beneficial to their ongoing success in the program. They've also not been able to provide raises to their employees in spite of increases in market rates for employees who have multiple options in the workplace, especially with their specialty skill set. The bottom line is that we do not have enough reliable revenue to sustain the services we offer and to meet the increasing demand. The requested increase will allow MPHP to run the program with adequate funding to manage the entire program and services it offers. We will continue to try to generate funds to care for medical students who need our services. And as I state again, that's not covered by board funding. And to provide other services that might not be beneficial or appropriate to ask the board to cover. We can do that from seeking funding from other mechanisms. That is my request. I know that you have a very busy day today. I appreciate you allowing me to come before you to make this request on behalf of MPHP and the participants, physicians, and other health professionals that it seeks to provide services to. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And again, thank you for the service you provide to our state. And we look forward to continuing to work with you to provide high quality and safe medical care in Mississippi. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brunson. Paul?
Mr. President, this time I respectfully request that a member of the board move to enter closed session to consider whether to enter executive session. By law, I can't make it.
I move that we close the meeting to consider whether to enter to executive session on this matter.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I can just that at the end of the day, it's already 6 o'clock. Now it's too tired.
We are now out of executive session and back in the full meeting. Dr. Lippincott, Secretary of the Board, will read the findings and decision of the executive session.
The board has approved the request for the additional $100,000 in funding for the Professionals Health Program as a one-time allocation, with quarterly disbursements pending except the acceptance of further financial justification. And thanks again to the PHP for your excellent and vital work.
Yes.
All right, can we break for lunch? 2:30? That gives us 20, I'm gonna say 2:15. About 45 minutes. Would be 2:30.
34 minutes.
Yeah. 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah. Thank you. Boy, MD, UMC nephrology, related to dispensing investigational medication.
Yes, Mr. President, Dr. Duckboy, other duties called him away, so he has to be rescheduled for me.
Okay,
Like his presentation.
very well. Moving on to item number 10 for informational purposes.
Item number 10 is a maker of a public license. I'll pronounce that correct. I don't know. It's Dr. Slicer. There are three podiatrists, not for all who have either been convicted or pleaded guilty to conspiracy to healthcare fraud related to some type of foot staff. So Dr. Slicer and Dr. Williams are two of those podiatrists, and they have surrendered their license. We expect the third as a name. The other surrendered are Tammy Brown, Tammy Michelle Nicholas Brown. And we also have Henderson, Dr. Henderson, surrendered her license effective May 6th, 2023. That gets us to item number 11.
What was the reason for the surrender on Tammy Brown?
It dealt with a confidential matter. She was determined that she preferred to simply surrender her license in the process.
Okay.
Number 11, hearing the case of Stephen D. Sutter. Dr. Sutter has requested continuance. This is the first motion for the sickness. But we do not object and request.
I entertain a motion for continuance for case on Dr. Sutter. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, items 12 and 13 are interrelated. Since the January meeting, at the January meeting, continued the case again, number 13 against Dr. Matthew Headley at my request. We discussed the fact that it was going to be, we anticipated that was going to be a lengthy minimum 2-day hearing. Since the January meeting, we have amended the charging affidavit to add account against Dr. Headley. Also, item 12, hearing the case of Michael L. Sanders, MD. Dr. Sanders is also involved with the same practice, the same course of conduct that precipitated the charges against Dr. Headley, also led the charges against Dr. Sanders. We anticipate that each of those matters will take a multi-day hearing. We feel that we are close to reaching terms with those two positions, reaching terms that the board will accept to resolve the charges against them and obviate the need for 3 or 4 days worth of hearings. So therefore, I request, I know that this is unusual and there have been a lot of things already, but I would request continuance to May of both Dr. Sanders and Dr. Headley. For Dr. Sanders, that is his first motion.
So we're going to vote on both or one individual?
Well, we can do it. We should probably do 12 first. Dr. Sanders first motion. Is that right?
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion for a continuance on the hearing of Michael Sanders.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion for the continuance of Dr. Massey Headley's case.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to Dr. Robert Sturz.
Okay, item number 14. This is a bare action consent order. Dr. Spears, I believe is how it's pronounced. Is not present but has agreed to terms of the consent order. And it's always the case, if there are any of these consent orders, we believe are non-controversial, the board won't petition information. Just say so, we can always reschedule and they have Dr. person appear. Dr. Steers, as I recall and understand, he is a radiologist. He misread a film early during the course of treatment of the patient, and later, approximately 2 weeks later, passed away. There was no causation, Dr. Spear did not do anything. The cause of the patient's injury, it was simply the bother investigating the patient's death. The response to the board found that Dr. Spear had misread a film. And so they, formally reprimanded him. And this, the order that we're asking for, the staff that Dr. Spears has agreed to, is simply a mere action. It requires that he comply with the same terms of Wisconsin, and primarily, so why we would want to mirror it, it requires Dr. Spears to provide visible with proof that he has in fact fulfilled all the requirements.
Paul, that we need a more clear explanation of what you just told us, that during an investigation for a different topic, the board investigators found that he misread a radiology image.
He did, and it
Is that how did how that doesn't compute?
they were reviewing two, like it started, it was like 3 weeks long. The patient ultimately passed away. Dr. Steers had read a film very early in the course of treatment. And apparently, based on the Wisconsin board found that he had not read the film correctly. They also found that it did not contribute to any injury to the patient. However, the Wisconsin board nonetheless wanted to bring to Dr. Steers' attention his mistake in order to prevent from happening again.
There was likely an earlier body. There was likely an earlier body that determined whether he misread. Was his peer review that found the case?
If we could pass this and let me get to later in the day shortly, I could get the Wisconsin order. It's not in my book. I'll get the Wisconsin order. It has more details provided.
Okay.
I believe it was the medical investigators for the Wisconsin board reviewing for the medical consultant.
If I remember correctly, he underwent a peer review.
I defer to Dr. Cleveland, not Paul.
They sent for outside review of the films and it came back.
Then that makes sense.
So, just for clarification, so the board did a letter of reprimand because a radiologist misread a film?
In this particular case, Wisconsin board stated that it fell below the standard of care. And they felt it required action.
There was actually, they used the one case in the consent order, but during the peer review and the outside review, there were multiple cases sent for review. And so it wasn't a one-time.
I think that information is a little bit more helpful because the way it's presented, it sounds like you're a radiologist and you didn't quite read film right. So now but it's not that simple.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
That was formally requested for sales. Based on the information.
And the conditions of the consent order are? The conditions of the consent order are what?
Oh, it simply provides that he comply with the terms of the Wisconsin order. There are formal reprimand, and there was at least one CME.
Five things. Okay.
And again, I apologize for not having the proper paperwork in front of me. If you would pass this matter, I'll get a copy of the Wisconsin order. I do apologize for that.
Any other questions for Paul about this consent order? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent order for Dr. Sears.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to 15, Nathan E. Smith, MD.
Nathan E. Smith, MD, is also kind of a unique, consent order. The events that led to, Dr. Smith being disciplined in Tennessee occurred in Tennessee. And this consent order mirrors the requirements of the Tennessee order. And I'll give you my best explanation for what was a fairly lengthy process. Dr. Smith was working in a hospital in Tennessee. They had a promotional event. The hospital had obtained consent from a patient for there to be some photos involving photos of this patient, who's a surgical patient, for use in the promotional campaign. And the patient did in fact consent. During the surgery at issue, the administrator of the hospital was allowed by Dr. Smith to be present in the operating room in the theater while surgery was being performed, and actually allowed the administrator to make a superficial incision this direction. There were also a couple of additional pictures taken, did not identify the patient, but went beyond the consent that the patient had given for the use of their image alike. And the Tennessee board, after a full investigation into the circumstances, and there was some confusion on the part, I believe, of Dr. Smith and the administrator as to what was acceptable, that they determined that a public reprimand and a boundaries course would be a suitable discipline. So the consent order that Dr. Smith has signed, this board requires him to comply with all the points of the order, including providing proof that he has completed the boundaries course and accepting a public record.
Are these last two people who are in trouble somewhere else and they're trying to come to Mississippi now?
There are people who are licensed in both states. This doctor is licensed in Mississippi. He is also licensed in Tennessee. He got in trouble in Tennessee. We're simply, for something of this nature, putting the bill that is important that we have a public representative on the record. This, so if anybody checks, this board's website, we'll see that.
If this is all accepted, he decides to leave Tennessee, he can come here and go private.
Yes, he could do that today because he is licensed. And so if he came to Mississippi today, if the board accepts this order, he would have a reprimand on his record in Mississippi. Again, he saw privileges anywhere, et cetera, he would immediately turn up in the database.
Any further questions of our council? I'll entertain a motion for approval of this consent order. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the petition for reinstatement of Dr. James Leonard Wooten.
Bring Dr. Wood in as a party in. Mr. President, did the board approve item number 14, after 2 years of Wisconsin? Yes.
We do.
I do have a copy of that order. Board members would like to see. Most of the board members know Vic Johnson, attorney, Wooten, and his wife.
Thank you. As Paul said, my name is Whit Johnson. I'm a lawyer here in town. I know a lot of y'all. I grew up in doctor's household. I've been before this board many times. Have the honor today of representing Dr. James Wooten. Dr. Wooten practiced here in Mississippi. He was called before the board in connection with a relationship he had with a nurse in his office who was also a patient. We entered into a consent order which suspended his license for 6 months. That order was entered roughly 14 months ago, placed certain requirements on him like valuation in Pine Grove, CME, paying expenses. We believe it's set out in the amended petition. We have done everything that was required in order to request reinstatement. I filed the amendment, I filed the petition and then talked with Mr. Barnes and filed an amended petition because he had some additional things that he felt like were needed. One other thing that has just recently happened, and I talked with both Dr. Cleveland and Mr. Barnes about it, we'd like to amend the petition to ask for reinstatement with the understanding that although Dr. Wooten currently has an employment opportunity in Colorado, his wife has just been offered a job in Alabama where there are 2 new grandbabies within the last month. 2 new grandbabies within the last month. It's also a significant increase in her wages, which will help with the financial situation they, of course, find themselves in. I was told there would be no objection by the board attorney to amending the petition. If you'll note, the petition talks, and he doesn't have anything set up in Alabama. He's going to have to try to find something, but that's his ultimate goal. We understand that if he's reinstated and he ends up in Alabama and then wants to go somewhere else, not anticipated. But the amended petition says he understands if he leaves Colorado, he has to come back with a new practice plan. We're just asking to amend it to include Alabama, but with the same practice plan. He'll also be closer to Mississippi and dealing with, from talking with Paul, Dr. Cleveland, and working this out. Earlier, I kind of had the impression they weren't really impressed with Colorado, so I'm hoping they'll be a little happy with Alabama. All right, how about this? I didn't have a lot of confidence in Colorado, but I think they'll make you go there. We have a witness stand we do, and so I'd ask Dr. Wooten to take the witness stand with me. Be available for questions from either Paul or the Washington board.
Madam Court Reporter, will you swear him in, please? Thank you.
I did. Thanks. Tell the board your full name.
My full name is James Leonard Wooten III.
And actually, I don't know if the board remembers, but when we were here to get the consent order approved, I was here. Dr. Wooten, Ms. Wooten were on the screen because they had both been diagnosed with COVID. So this may be his first time here.
First time.
Okay. Physically. Tell the ladies and gentlemen on the board what all you have done. I know it's outlined in the petition, but over the last 14 months since you were entered that consent order, what you have been doing.
Since the consent order, I've been to the Pine Grove Professionals Program and done 9 weeks total with them. Learning about me, learning about being a better professional. I've done 2 CME courses on proper prescribing and on making sure documentation is correct. And been seeing a counselor monthly, basically for the last year. Again, working on being professional and handling stress well.
And when did y'all move to Colorado?
My son and I moved to Colorado in May of last year. After being terminated from my last position, I did my best to find a job, any job, here in Mississippi, and couldn't get hired anywhere. My family owns a small winery in Colorado, and so I moved up there to help them and participate in that business. Since the suspension of the license in January of last year, I participated in no medical problems of any kind. And so the winery was my only job, and that was, living under my family's roof and working in my family business. We thought we would be staying in Colorado, but God opened other doors recently, and that's the reason for the request for the amendment to Alabama.
Do you have anything lined up?
Not currently, no.
But you would like to see application.
I would like to see application for licensure there and be able to talk to a recruiter and move in that direction.
Do you feel like you have, that you know more about yourself than you did 14 months ago?
I do. I've learned quite a bit.
You believe you'll be able to practice safely?
I believe I'll be able to practice safely and protect myself, my family, and my patients from what having happened in the past won't happen again.
I think I believe we have set out in the amended petition all of the things that we were required to do. I'll be happy to open it up to questions for Dr. Williams.
Dr. Wooten, just remind us about your training and what do you do and what you're trained to do.
I did family medicine residency at LSU in Shreveport after having completed medical school there. Finished training in 2011 and have been in practice about 11 years after that.
Where all have you practiced?
I've been in urgent care in Monroe, Louisiana. For a short time, a private practice in Monroe, Louisiana, and then the FQHC in Liberty, Mississippi.
Is that where the events occurred?
That is where the issues occurred. The improper behavior.
I don't have anything else.
Paul, stay here.
Just so that it's clear, and I know most of this is straight out of the amended petition. But there were a few things I wanted to Dr. Wood, do you understand that the board reinstates your license in Mississippi will not be an unrestricted license? It will be a restricted license, and that all of these conditions stated in your petition will be part of the Southern Agreement.
Yes.
And you continue the inpatient treatment program.
whatever it is they call it, yes.
And one of the, paragraph C, on page 2, education, part of this board's, or part of the recommendations, Pine Grove, were a biannual polygraph. And here you're agreeing to, sign a monitoring agreement and the polygraph. Again, your request is that you be allowed to take over to Colorado or here in Alabama, wherever you find it. Is that correct? Yes. Most of these statements in addition speak for themselves. Yes, most important is page 5, paragraph 16. Should Dr. Wood desire to change practice locations to outside of Colorado at any time within 5 years of being state, agree to submit a new practice plan from this state for the medical license to approve. So you understand, we'll talk about Colorado, but you understand that as long as you stay in Colorado, if this board approves the order, and Colorado gives you a license that allows you to practice there. If you decide to go to say California or Vermont, within 5 years, you have to come back and seek permission and approval.
Yes, sir.
And the same thing is true if it turns out that you find a point in Alabama. You understand that if you leave the state of Alabama to practice in another state within 5 years, again, you have to return the permission to this board.
Yes, sir. I have no problems.
That's all I have.
Do the board members have any questions?
Got a motion? I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion for approval. Or a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Roll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, item number 17, petition to lift restrictions on Dr. Matthew Jones from Law, Mississippi.
Yes, Mr. President, and Dr. Jones, and represented by council today, Julie Mitchell, who is familiar before. Dr. Jones, his license was suspended for a specific amount of time. I maybe I'm pulling out the top of my head. But it automatically, his license was automatically reinstated at the end of the 6-month period. However, there was a restriction on Dr. Jones' ability to collaborate with mid-level practitioners. And that paragraph specifically said that Dr. Jones would have to return to this board to have get approval of that last restriction being lifted. And that's my understanding why people on Dr. Jones are here before.
Thank you again for having us here. Again, Julie Mitchell, and I know with Danny with, way back when. So, I'm here with my client, Dr. Denny, who's here asking for reinstatement of his license so that it is, unrestricted. Now, he does have his license. It was an automatic reinstatement once his 6-month suspension was up. And it ran with the restrictions. He's coming before the board today to ask you to remove those restrictions. He has completed all requirements of the consent order that we entered into, I think, over 2 years ago, June of 2021. He underwent a 6-month suspension. He went to and had a report and assessment done with Acumen, completed that, did his training, his education, has continued, I think, for 15 months ongoing with some best course actions, therapy and dealing with people and working with others. And is preparing and ready to start taking these steps to go forward with an unrestricted license. I think one of the plans is he's not going to jump in and start supervising MPs and PAs, but take baby steps and start and be able to serve as a backup position. And then move into this full-time unrestricted license. So Dr. Jones is here today. He's here and available if you have questions or need anything else. I'll ask him if you prefer, he can take the stand and answer your questions, or he can stay seated. All right. Entertain questions from the board member. Why you're here today and why they should remove the restrictions.
Madam Clerk.
And you can sit right there. Stand. Open it up, you can give the board your full name.
Matthew B. Jones, Brian Jones from Laurel, Mississippi.
Open it up and ask for it if you've got questions of you.
Dr. Wood, you learned from this process.
I learned there's a lot more to being in a physician and seeing patients. As a group of physicians, I'm in a level of authority that I think I knew I had maybe, but I just wasn't wearing it on my sleeve. The professionalism I had lacked on in my self-prescribing and the pre-signed prescriptions. I've learned that I have to give back, and I have to lead, and I have to be more of an example. I learned in the pulse survey portion of how better to lead, how better to how to get folks to do what they need to do, and then for me to do what I need to do. I was working too much at the time. I didn't recognize I was working too much at the time, but I do now, and I have implemented some things because I was the head doctor. I did a lot of the cleanup around the clinic. I did all the schedules. I didn't have office manager. I have 4 division managers now that do that work, if not all the work. Bringing in the collaborating physician helped me. Being a solo practitioner, I wasn't around other professionals that much. So having him in there. When I left here, I asked Malcolm to come down and audit all of my charts and all my nurse practitioner charts to try to help with documentation and just to look at what we were doing. Because again, I was a solo practitioner and I was making all the decisions. So I wanted someone to help. So I got all that done. They're still there, and I have no intention of stopping any of that.
Any other questions for board members? Dr. Whipper?
How was that interaction with the mid-levels going to be different?
different from the way it is now or different from the way it was 2 years ago? Initially, there's, my mid-level is going the longest, about 14, 15 years. He's been taking all of the questions and everything starting there. If there's problems with the way the clinics run, it goes to my personnel director. If it's a clinic, a patient problem, it goes to the collaborator, Dr. Moore. The other thing is, I was handling all their schedules, all their vacations. So I have somebody in charge of that. We're separating, making it more like a business and less like a family. That sounds terrible, but I need the separation. I learned I need the separation. So we've really tried to separate everything out best we can.
Dr. Joyner?
Are you in a wholly owned, self-owned practice, or if you work for a hospital, or how is it structured?
I'm so wholly owned, so
Do you have anybody that's willing to back you up when you need vacation time, when you need this or that?
yes, my current collaborator now that's doing it. In the future, we will swap, and he said he would be glad to be my backup. And then his partner is his backup now, so we still have him after he's gone.
So how many nurse practitioners are you overseeing right now? None, no, correct.
So, yeah, correct, none.
Right, and when are you gonna start? Plan on start supervising the instructors?
I don't plan on collaborating right off the bat, doing the paperwork, doing the every 3 months meeting, but I would like to be his backup. So that it would be more clear that I could talk to him about patients. Now, without actually being the collaborator, but I would like to be the collaborator again. I don't want to jump right back into
Do
it.
you have a timeline on when you expect to be the collaborator?
I'd love to be the collaborator. The number one collaborator, by the next year, by Christmas.
Said you're working with Dr. Heath Scott.
He's Dr. Moore's backup. Dr. Moore comes to my clinic once a month and does meetings every quarter. So I see him, Dr. Moore. I don't see Dr. Heath Scott, but he's listed as my backup. Where's Dr. Moore's backup?
Where's Dr. Scott practicing?
They're both in Yazoo City. And they're partners.
And you're currently in Laurel,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and that's where your practice is. Dr. Dawson.
So Dr. Jones, you said that you hope to be back as the number one collaborator by December, by Christmas, you said it this year. So what are the benchmarks that you personally have to meet such that you feel like you're ready to do that? Is December just a magic day, but I don't think it is. I think I would. So what are the benchmarks that you personally have to meet for you to feel like you are ready to step into that?
I need to get their trust back. So as being the backup, I was going to be around them, be with them more, do some talking about patients. And then I just wanted to get back in and make sure I could bring those along with me, those nurse practitioners. As I left them, I pretty much left them pretty quick. And I've been with them forever. And so I kind of shocked them. So I want to make sure the use and stuff I learned from both and from the ethics board. I just want to help them be able to help me. So, and then I was going to lean on Dr. Moore as well, and he could help me. I just wanted to confirm to the board that our compliance officer, Christian Wallace, has been monitoring Dr. Jones' progress and has received confirmation that he has complied with all of the requirements of the consent order. He has completed the pulse program, he's completed the program, and he has done everything to order past stuff.
Anything else from the board? I'll entertain a motion
Second, yep,
for approval.
yes.
There's a motion on the table for approval. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the freestanding journal.
Yes. We have them. Yes.
Number 18.
President, I missed an item going through the consent orders. There's a late addition for consent order for Mrs. Latanya Michelle Akers White and D. That marked as an addition. Is that right?
Yes, it's up here. Good thing. It's a green tag.
Dr. Akers White.
Green tag.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Find that was green.
Hey, stay there.
It's under the green, it's a late. item. Green tab.
One late addition. Sorry for the confusion. That was to avoid having. This career was active living rebuild. As you can tell from the face of the doctor, Dr. Akers' wife got into some fairly serious trouble in Virginia. She was to Virginia, North Carolina, perhaps other states as well. But Virginia was first to discipline Dr. Akers' wife. See that she had violated basic rules of prescribing controlled substances, in controlled substances. After her license to do so had been served for several months. Further, and the board found that she had prescribed medication for 2 patients without it being. Based on that, that clinical investigation, publicly recommended Dr. Akers' wife fined her $5,000, required her to complete 20 hours of CME and medical record keeping and prescribing, in addition to all the other terms. The North Carolina board mirrored the actions of the Virginia board. The consent order, which we are presenting today, which is approved and signed, Dr. Akers' wife, again, also mirrored the requirements of the Virginia and Tennessee, and North Carolina orders. This is a formal public recommend that will go on her record and be reported to the database. She must provide proof of completion and satisfaction of all the requirements to our compliance officer, so that this board is not dependent on, the staff in another state to confirm that Dr. Akers' wife has in fact applied with those requirements. Therefore, we request that agreed to by Dr. Aiken.
I'll entertain a motion for approval. There's a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
Opposed? Motion carries. It's approved.
Um, this is a surrender of medical life, so this is primarily. But, just so they can minutes of the board. Like the surrender, the spread on the minute. Dr. Paganapan was convicted or found guilty to child exploitation. Currently, in prison, and he's been into the system. In the middle of the hearing, and the causes of Paganapan, I believe it's surrender on license. So again, this is just formally spread with on the minutes of the board. But it is, this is easily found. If someone started to build back in and after the. As I'm looking at the agenda, number 21 has been withdrawn. 21. So are non petition clarification, modification by Dr. Bixby. The attorney sent a short one-line reply.
Do we need to vote on the surrender of medical license?
Do not, simply want to make sure that it was on the main petition. Dr. Bixby's water filed a short reply, and agree with the petition for clarification. So item 21. Is complete. I'll leave item 20. It is for the investment payment for case number 2023-062. Thank you for that. The necessary steps going to executive session to decide whether to issue that investment.
I'll entertain a motion to consider to go into executive session.
Motion to close the meeting, to consider whether to go into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're back in a full meeting. Secretary of the Board, Dr. Lippincott, will read the findings of the executive session.
Yes, the board voted to approve the investigative subpoena. Case number 2023-062.
President, I believe the only remaining items on the agenda, item number 20, which was a petition pursuant to the second position law. That position and his attorney have asked to continue this matter until May.
Entertain a motion for approval of the
Move
continuance.
to approve the continuance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposed or any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's all I have.
Man, that was a 3-day meeting.
Well, it could have been.
It was.
You only knew how much work went into keeping it from being a 3-day meeting. And it still may be a 3-day meeting in May. if We don't get a few things finished up.
When
All right, so
when it became we were getting close. Again, I apologize. We were trying to catch up a lot of things. You know, we had especially hearing in December, we had in January. So there were a lot of items on this consent orders and surrenders that have been sort of collecting. So we're trying to clear up the agenda and get these matters off.
So our next board meeting dates are May 17th and May 18th. See Me in the Sand is the next weekend.
Memorial Day.
So are there any conflicts with being able to meet a quorum for that date?
My daughter's graduation.
I won't be here either. We have our national meeting that weekend,
Will anybody else not be able to make that meeting?
so you'll need an EC rep.
You say that date again?
The 17th and the 18th, it's on the agenda of May.
CME in the sense that's next.
Right,
24.
21st, 26th. I believe that we'll have a quorum, so we'll go ahead and set those dates. We are adjourned.